All right. Hello, everybody. Give me 1 second so I can get stuff all set up for us. Get links out and find the last couple timers I need. So just give me a second. I gotta get oriented. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So pull this up and then gotta share. And then I gotta go on my Discord. Battle, yeah. And boom, there we go. All right, so hello to everybody that is coming in. I hope everyone's doing well today. I'm actually on time today. I'm doing this on a Saturday as opposed to Sunday. Yay! So today's been pretty good. I spent the day with my mom today, which was really nice, and I have my Starbucks here that I need to finish before I can drink anything else. So I just have to find a couple of timers. Hi, Princess. Oh, Princess. I finished The Last Wish. You were so right. I loved it so much. Oh my gosh, it is so freaking good. I was astounded by how much I liked this. I was genuinely shocked. Hello, going to be reading more of the Falling in Love montage. Nice. I'm still looking for a couple of sprints. Yes, I know you told me. I am so glad that I talked to you before I started reading it. Because you were right. I was really worried that the writing was going to be more difficult because of the fact that it was translated, but it actually, I think, was super easy to read. So I'm very excited to keep reading the Witcher books. And I may have started playing The Witcher 3 a little bit. I got through the tutorial, and that was after having read 20 pages of it, and I was like, I want to play this. So very excited to continue with that later. I will get to my reading in just a minute. Like I said, just need to find a couple more timers before I start because I was having a hard time deciding on some. So that's why I haven't had them picked out, because I was having a real hard time making a decision about what exactly I wanted. So, but yeah, I spent the day with my mom today, which I pretty much do almost every weekend because it's a good way for the both of us to just be able to go hang out. And my mom and I very much find joy in spending time with each other. It makes us both feel a lot better because she works a pretty stressful job. My life can be pretty stressful from time to time, and I don't really get out very much other than the weekends because I work from home. So it's pretty nice to be able to just go do something with my mom, which typically involves shopping, which is fine. It's something we do together. It's what we've always bonded with. And it was a really fun time. We had a really good time. So I can't ask for more than that. But I'm trying to find a good 40 and 50 minute, 55 and 50-minute timers. And I can't seem to find any that aren't already themed with the ones I've got. So I'm having a hard time here. Let's see. And a lot of them are 5-minute timers or 15. And I'm I need something longer than that. Maybe if I just search it up, that'll probably be easier. Oh, yeah. But anyway, how are you guys doing today? What is going on with everybody? I want to know how your guys' week has been. I know a lot of people have been either going on or getting done with spring break. So how's that been? I unfortunately don't get a spring break. I work a normal job, so I don't get that. But how's your guys' week been? Ooh, oh, no, I already have a 45-minute timer. Oh, that's right. I need a 40-minute, not 45-minute. Oops. We'll do this one. And now I just need a 50 and a 55. Let's see. Try to find ones that I haven't either done before or that are just not the same kind that I've done in the past. Okay, so there's that, and now I just need one more. No spring break, but chilling. Needed to clean my desk. Ooh, okay. Well, hopefully, if you're going to do that today, it gets taken care of. Or, push it off till another time. That works too. Not that I'm encouraging that exactly, but if it has to be put off, it has to be put off. Okay, let's do that one, I guess. Just make that easy. Okay. All right, I got all my timers now. So, give me 1 second. I gotta get my dice. So, all right. Well, let's start with what I'm reading. So I think today I'm gonna if I can speak, that would be great. I think today I'm going to focus on getting through the Dragon Reborn. I am a little behind on my reading schedule with this, but this will be my main focus. And then if I get any time by the end of the night, I'll start with The Rules of Magic by Alice Hoffman. If not, I think I'll shove that one off to kind of being the bulk of my reading tomorrow. So we'll see. But good, started to prepare to move for the university I'm attending starting this summer and reading less but spending more time with my family. Oh, well, good luck at university. I hope the move goes really well. I know that it was a struggle for me half the time with moving to and from university because I always would want to bring everything thinking I was going to spend all my time there. And then like every weekend I would go back home or drive over an hour back to my parents' house and just hang out there. So hope that it all goes well. Hey, Thrifty. Good to see you. Super excited to see everybody today. I love that you guys come and hang out with me. It makes me feel so special. But yeah, so I think today we're going to mostly focus on the Dragon Reborn. This is the third book in the Wheel of Time series, and I'm currently on page 130. Oh, husband just closed the door. I'm being too loud, I guess. But I'm on chapter 11 of this so far, and I do like it. It's a little interesting because, like, this is a little different than how the other books have started out already. Like, both of the books so far have had where, like, the main characters have been, like, split up from each other, and this is starting off where they all are split up from each other, but one of them basically runs away. The main character decides he's going to take off because he's done with everything. He doesn't want to do any of this stuff anymore. And we're only 3 books in. So I don't know how the rest of the series is going to go with that having happened. But basically, he's just at a point where, like, he's seen so much of, like, the destruction that him being the Dragon Reborn basically has caused that he feels it's better for him just to, like, go away entirely. But obviously that's a bad idea, so everybody else is going to have to, like, go chase after him. So that's kind of the deal with that. So I'm pretty excited to get through more of that because I've really, really gotten to like the Wheel of Time series. I like a lot the characters, especially that are kind of more of the side characters. Especially with the last book that I read, The Great Hunt, I found that the female characters were really strong, which was something I was very surprised by with an older white male author like Jordan. I did not expect to enjoy the female characters as much as I did in this series, but I've really grown to like them. I think that they are, you know, very much the antithesis of what we typically see with high fantasy in terms of women. So they're not like the damsels in distress, but they're not also the brutish warriors like you would see in like Game of Thrones. Like there's very much kind of a femininity about them, but they also have a sense of their own agency, basically. Like they can make their own decisions. They don't have to listen to the whims of men. They kind of have their own thing about them, and they actually have personalities too. Like each of the women that are involved in this have, I would say, like a very similar personality, and that they all don't want to basically, like, they're kind of more of a feminist idea, but they also are they are distinct enough to where, to me, I can tell the difference between all of the women involved in this. So that's really interesting to see. So would highly recommend this is a fantasy for women, because like I feel like the female characters are much more better represented here than in any other fantasy I've read as of yet. So anyway, now that we're about 10 minutes in, I feel like it's a good time to just say hello to everybody, and we'll get started here with our sprints in the next couple minutes. But just in case there are any of you who are new to this, if you are not familiar with how I do sprints, I basically do what I call D12 reading sprints. If you are familiar at all with the channel Becca and the Books, she has a whole thing surrounding around Monopoly, and taking inspiration from that, created her own TBR game called Bookopoly. And essentially, it's a board that's filled with different prompts that are similar to the different places you can buy on Monopoly. And she does a readathon every, year, I think. And maybe I don't know if it's a biannual thing exactly, but she does a readathon where throughout the readathon, she calls what are called dice sprints. And they're basically reading sprints that are determined time-wise by what she rolls with 2 6-sided die. I'm pretty much doing the same thing, except instead of using 2 6-sided die, I am using 1 12-sided die. So we have on this die 1 all the way to, where is it? There it is, 12. So each number is going to basically be multiplied by 5 minutes. So 1 is going to be a 5-minute sprint, and then 12 is going to be a full hour sprint. And depending on what we roll, we do that many minutes worth of sprinting. Now, I do make an exception to this. When it comes to the first sprint of any time we're doing reading sprints, I usually do anywhere between a 10 to 30-minute sprint. So whatever I roll, if it's between a 2 to a 6, we usually will do that. I don't do more, I don't do less, because I feel like a 5-minute sprint is not really a lot of time. I pretty much never do 5-minute sprints because I feel like they don't do anything for anybody at any time, even as a warm-up. And I don't do more than 30 minutes for the first sprint because I feel like for a lot of people, 30 minutes is kind of that max when it comes to a warm-up and kind of getting them started with into a groove of reading. Anything more than that, I think, makes people a little bit more intimidated. So just a quick rundown of all that. Hello, welcome again. I'm so glad to see you today. So yeah, we're going to get started here with our first sprint in a couple of minutes. We'll do our first roll and see what we end up getting. But if you guys would like to ever make sure that you keep track of where exactly you are in your books when you start, please feel free to list the page number you start off your sprints at in the comments on the chat. And there's an Oscar who's decided to make an appearance already today. Come here, Bubba. Say hello to everybody. Look at the camera. Look over here. Say hello. Hi, sweet boy. He's been such a good boy recently. He's been doing so well with hanging out with everybody. But I think he's confused now because the door is closed and he doesn't know if he can get out. Hi, baby. You guys sitting here and chill out with us? Okay, reading Lily and Oceana by Audrey Faye and Shay Geary. Okay, cool. That sounds awesome. Oscar. Hi. What are you doing? He's just sitting here hanging out. He's very confused that the door is closed, and he's like, wait, I thought I was going to be able to come in and out. Hold on, Bubba. I'm coming. I opened it. Here you go. There. He's a goofball, that's for sure. So, all right. Well, with Oscar having made his nice sprint appearance, and he will likely come in and out of here as the night goes on. Thrifty, reading Queenie on page 104. Nice. Very excited to hear what your thoughts on that. All right, let's get started with our first sprint for the night. So let's see what we end up getting. Okay, that's a 12. We're not going to do an hour sprint to start off with. So 4, there we go, number 4. So we're going to do a 20-minute sprint for this first one. Nice, easy way for us to get involved with everything. So for this one, I have a very fun timer for those of you that are SpongeBob fans. Middle grade about dragons and their elf riders. Oh, that sounds like my kind of book. Oh my gosh, I loved anything when I was in middle school having to do with dragons and anything fantasy. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I know, 20 minutes, a nice short one. Woohoo! So I have a very fun one for those of you that are fans of SpongeBob. Give me one second. I got to add my screen because I forgot that I had to do this. There we go. All right, so it's just a cute little SpongeBob-based timer, and I got to let it go for a second so that I can get the actual timer part to go. So, all right, there we go. So we're going to do 20 minutes of sprints, just kind of, get us nice and acclimated with doing sprints tonight. Again, if you would like to list what page you're on in the chat to keep track of how much you read during this 4-hour sprint, or 4-hour sprint session, basically, feel free to. Otherwise, I won't look at the chat while we're doing sprints. I will refer to anything that comes in during the sprint, after the sprint, and before we do the next one, okay? And I got to think of some stuff to do with it today, because last time I liked doing the whole finding fun things in your books. So I got to do some thinking on that one. But maybe I'll just have some questions, like kind of pulling off of my friend Princess, Castle Library here, kind of maybe this or that. Ooh, 77% of the audiobook. Awesome. You might be able to finish that tonight. Hope you do. All right, peeps, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to do 20 minutes, so we're going to come back at about the 36-minute mark, all right? Go. I don't know what that exactly was, but hey, the sprint's over. Hello. Okay, so I got through a chapter of Dragon Reborn, and then I figured I'd update my bullet journal a little bit because I haven't done that in a handful of days. So I needed to do that. So hope everyone had a good sprint to start off with. How much did I get rid of that chapter? That chapter was 30s, about 11 pages. So not a bad way to start off. Only an hour and 16 minutes. Oh yeah, you'll definitely finish that today. Like, I'm pretty sure you will, because I think in total we go over an hour's worth of sprints. So I think you should be able to do that. Plus, if you're reading it like on 2x speed or like anything above normal speed, you'll get it done quicker. So, oh, hello, Mia. Sorry, I had to burp there for a second, but hello, Mia. Now up to 82%. See, I think you're going to get it done. I think you'll get it done. Awesome. So, nice, easy sprint to get everybody involved today. So, hope you guys had a good week. Work's been a little crazy. Yes, Tina, I will be doing more sprints tonight. I basically do sprints until midnight my time. So for me, that's another 3 hours, 20 minutes. So it'll be for a while. So don't worry, we're going to be doing more sprints. You'll be able to hang out and get some reading done. 121 of Queenie. Nice. How are you liking it so far, Thrifty? Let me know. I want to know. I've heard it's pretty okay. Like, it's pretty good. Don't know how late I am. I was distracted by babysitting. Oh, you're fine. We just got done with the warm-up sprint, basically. So you're not really that far behind of anything. So, which I don't know if you really could be behind with sprints, but you're coming in just after the first, during the first sprint. So you're good. Finished chapter 9 of 38. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, so work's been a little crazy for me recently. It's just been kind of up and down, and I've had people just be absolute jerks to me this week, so that's not been great, but I've managed. Okay, good to hear that it's going well. I'm happy to hear that. Hope it continues that way. I hate when these pieces of dragon fruit get stuck. There we go. I will transition after that's done to a glass of wine, so if you guys would like to have a drink along with me to end off the week, that's cool. You're more than welcome to. Reading Debt Inherited by Pepper Winters. I only have 28 pages until halfway, and I started it today. Wow, good for you. Hopefully you'll make some good progress on that today. Yeah, we do sprints for like 4 hours total. Okay, so you're also EST. So yeah, we're going till basically midnight. I do sprints for about 4 hours, and like I kind of just go, between with like checking in on everybody, making sure everyone's doing okay, stuff like that. Gonna work on Dune tonight. Also reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid because mentally I'm a child. Okay, but like those are fun. Like as silly as they were, because I remember when those books were around when I was like in elementary school. Like they're really silly, but they're fun. And that's all that matters. Like it doesn't matter if like you're an adult reading them. Like people still read Rick Riordan stuff. It's not exactly the same, I guess, but like read whatever the hell you decide you want to read, Mia. Don't let anybody tell you different. So yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, I wanted to come up with some kind of this or that stuff, kind of like how Princess did with her sprints. If you guys join in on her sprints at all, she does a lot of times between the like in the breaks between sprints of this or that kind of thing. So I'm trying to like think of some good ones that maybe she hasn't done, but I'm having a hard time because a lot of the this or that stuff's pretty standard when it comes to books. I guess they could go tropes. I think tropes would be interesting. So, because actually there's quite a few that are involved in the Wheel of Time that I think are pretty interesting. So I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to focus on tropes. So first, this or that trope choice. And we're going to go with a pretty easy one. It's pretty much, I think what a lot of people think of as like one of the first tropes. The love triangle or the love V, as I think of more of it, because, instead of having it where it's one character in love with two different people think a love triangle, like when you think of a love triangle, it actually would technically be where like the character would be involved with two different people, and then those two people would be involved with each other. Like, that doesn't work. So it's more of a love V for me. So the choices are between the love V / triangle trope or enemies to lovers. Which do you prefer? This or that? Enemies to lovers or the love triangle / love V? Middle grade is 8 to 12, so, but should be 8 and up. Yeah, I think middle grade, yeah, I would agree with that. Like, middle grade typically in my mind, I feel like it is more 8 to like 14 or 15, because I feel like a lot of readers, especially when they're in like middle school and getting into early high school, the middle grade stuff is easier for them to digest, but it's also like it can go in some ways a little darker to where it would almost border on like the young adult kind of content. But there's a lot of like, there's a lot of stuff surrounding around the age ranges thing, not just with middle grade to YA, but then like YA versus new adult and adult that like I could go into a ramble about, but I don't want to make myself angry today. I really don't. I've had a good day. I don't want to like get into any of that because that's just going to bring up a lot of anger and frustration that I have in general with the publishing industry that I'm not about to get into today because God knows there's enough negative crap going on right now. I don't want to add to that fuel by any means. Like, I'm just over it. I'm over it. Like, I totally get like the fact that middle grade, like I just think of like back to when I was a younger reader. When I was like in elementary going into like middle school, I definitely did read like the Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Dork Diaries. That one was more so when my sister was younger because those started coming out when she was like in late elementary, early middle school. And then I also read Harry Potter a lot when I was younger. Rick Riordan was not an author I got into a lot until I was much older. But kind of your standard books that you would read like in middle school, I started reading also when I was like in late elementary school. So I totally see where it would be where you could have it where 8 and up, 8 to like 14 or 15 could be considered middle grade. Okay, so neither. Not really a romance reader. That's more than fair. I prefer when secretly the love interest is a killer. That is an interesting one. Okay, so I like that too. So the first thing I think of, because it's such a popular like series, is oh god, I can't even say what it is because it would spoil it. Oh no. And I don't want to spoil it for anybody who's not read it. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna say it. But there's a very particular fantasy series I really, really like that does, I think, that very well. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. But there's one particular series in mind that I feel like did that very, very well. Leaning more towards enemies to lovers, but I'm a sucker for friends to lovers. See, and that's another thing. Like, I am a sucker for the idea of best friends falling in love, mostly because it's kind of how my husband and I were in some ways. You could, in a lot of ways, I think, make a rom-com out of our entire relationship and like how that started. So I'm very much a sucker for friends to lovers, like because of that. Like, I love the swooning. I love the whole like cozy feeling you get from it. But I do love a good enemies to lovers because like there's something about that angst that I just can't get enough of. But I also really do like the idea of the love triangle if it's done well. And I like both of the people that are like the interests. I hate when there's a love triangle involved and I only care for one more than the other. I really like the idea of an author who can write both characters that the main one is in love with so well that I can't choose. I feel like that is a better representation of that trope than anything else. Enemies to lovers. Okay. Enemies to lovers because they read a lot of dark romance. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What is the series? It's by Katie Robert. It's Wicked Villains, I think. I feel like that is the one a lot of people seem to really like when it comes to dark romance and also involving a lot of enemies to lovers tropes because it's all based on like the villain. It's like based on the villains of the Disney stories we know. Like there's one with Jafar and Jasmine and I think Aladdin, and then there's one where there's like a throuple with the Beast, Belle and Gaston, I think it's a throuple, but I feel like I would really, really enjoy those books, and I think that they definitely heavily rely on enemies to lovers, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I thought that that's what I had heard about those books. Reading a love triangle series right now, and it's making me realize that I'd rather it just be polyamorous. See, okay, and that's another thing too, is I wish that we had more polyamory stories. I think I'm just needing to read, I need to read more kind of the Kindle Unlimited kinds of books, because I feel like those self-published in a lot of ways books definitely hit different aspects of romantic relationships than anything else. Like it is not something that you will ever find in traditionally published work, because like polyamory is not something that people are really into. And it's not something that is well looked upon in the general public. So I would love to read more polyamory stories. And I would agree. There's a lot of times where love triangles, I feel like they should just be polyamorous relationships, because why not? It would solve a lot of problems, right? Okay, so you read 2, 3, 4 of that series, and the first one is Jafar and Jasmine. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I've heard it's pretty good. Like some of them are definitely better than others, but I do have the first. I think I have the first 1 or 2 maybe of that series, and I have the rest on my wish list. So I would love to maybe do something where I read those, because I've heard that they're good, but not at all at the same time. Like you can't read them back to back to back to back. Like you'd have to definitely like spread them out, because the writing style can get a little tiring at times, but I don't know. I would have to see kind of how it would gel with me at first anyway. Not really a romance reader, asexual, so those types of books don't interest me. Fair enough. Okay, so here's my question then, for somebody that is asexual, because I have no experience with asexuality. I am myself pan, so I pretty much not necessarily fall in love with everybody, but I definitely have I can have romantic feelings for any person regardless of their identity, that kind of thing. So my question for those of you that are maybe on the asexual spectrum, what exactly is it that you do look for when you look for things that involve romantic ties? Do you think that something that is more friends to lovers is appealing? Do you find that no romance is also fine? Like, I guess my question is like, when you see romantic aspects in a book that's not necessarily just a romance book, but like romance in any kind of story, what is it that you like with those kinds of stories? What kinds of relationships do you like to see in those books? I'm genuinely curious, because I don't know like how people who are asexual deal with those kinds of things. Is there like something that seems more appealing than anything else when there is a romance plot or a underlying romantic connection between characters involved? I'd love to know. Please tell me. Like, I would genuinely love to know what that is for you, because I'm somebody who just loves love. Like, that's basically it. Like, every kind of romance, I love reading male romances. I love reading female romances. I love reading polyamory, thruples, whatever the case may be. I don't care. Like, if there's consent involved with the relationships, I'm game. Bisexual, only read dark romance. Okay. Dark romance is a really interesting like genre. Like, I don't know many people that read it, but I really appreciate it, because I've read a few dark romances in my time, and whoo boy, do they get the job done, is all I'm gonna say. Asexual and bisexual. Okay, so what I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm assuming that means is that you definitely like males and females, like you like both, or not necessarily just male and female, but you like multiple genders, but you also don't exactly have sexual feelings. Like, you're not somebody who is motivated with like sex of any kind, like most people who are either heterosexual or gay, or like you don't. I can't figure out how I want to say this. Gray sexual, that's what it is. That's what I was thinking of, like gray sexual. I'm like, that makes much more sense. Honesty is a big thing. Don't like the miscommunication tropes. Fair enough. Honestly, that is the one thing I don't like. I think that is my most hated trope at the end of the day, if there is miscommunication, especially miscommunication that could have been so easily avoided. Like if something is a secret about like a person's past and it comes up, I feel like that's a different thing because like obviously something shouldn't have been known or they didn't want to tell the person about it. But if seriously like something could have been solved with like just a very surface level conversation and like that causes like massive rifts, that is, I hate that. I hate that so much. I feel like that is the worst kind of trope that there is. Attracted to all genders, physical attraction and romantic attraction, but not sexual. Yes, that was what I was trying to say. I couldn't put it into words. Thank you for putting it in the words that you deem appropriate because I couldn't figure out how to say what I wanted to say. So yeah, that makes sense to me. Like I hate people who, by the way, like just going on with this whole thing about sexuality and stuff, I really hate when people just don't even want to know what something means. When you say like you're asexual and also bisexual or gray sexual, you know. I really hate when people don't even want to know what that is. Like they're just like, oh, that seems made up, or that doesn't make any sense. Like instead of outright like denying a person's existence and what exactly there is, like I would like to know what that means for the person, because bisexuality also by itself, it's very deep. Like I consider myself pi. What is wrong with me? I consider myself bi and pan because essentially I am pan where I have attraction to anybody. Like it doesn't matter with the identity, but also bi in the sense that like it makes sense for most people for me to say like, oh, I'm bisexual because like I can, bi meaning two, if they have the belief that people like there's only two genders, which is not true. But if they have that, it's an easier way to explain to them, oh, I'm bisexual, than, oh, I'm pan, you know? So like, but if somebody is genuinely curious of like what pansexual is, like I tell them like, okay, like it means I don't really care the gender of the person. I don't give a crap like what exactly they identify as, like whatever they identify is how they identify. That's who if I find them attractive, I find them attractive. And it doesn't, in all respects, romantically, physically, sexually, like that's how it is. But I am a monogamous person where I would not necessarily, at this current moment in my life, want to have more than one partner. And that is fine with me. I love though seeing people be polyamorous. Like if that's the way you want to live your life, that's the way you want to live your life. I'm not going to judge. Like, as long as you're not hurting anybody, that's all that matters. Honestly, I've only read 3 romance books, and they were just sweet romance books. I'm also just getting into YA and adult. Okay. Okay. Similar type, I consider myself biromantic asexual. See, and I can understand that. Like, you can romantically feel for multiple genders or 2 genders, basically, depending on how you phrase that, how you want to phrase it. But you sexually are not attracted to people, which I feel like people get that really mixed up, like whether somebody is romantic versus sexually attracted. It's a very big distinction. Sometimes I just say I'm asexual instead of gray sexual because it's easier. Right, because I will say gray sexual is one of those things where people are just not really sure what that is. Like it's easier for somebody just to understand what asexuality is instead of having to go through a whole story of why you call yourself gray sexual. It's why I say it a lot to a lot of people, unless they know for a fact what pansexuality is, that I'm bi. Like if I say something like, oh, I'm pan, well, what does that mean? Basically, I'm bi. Like that's what I will say to people. But to the people that know me like pretty well, they know what exactly pansexuality is, and they also know it because they might have other family or friends that are on the LGBTQ spectrum, so they know what pansexuality is. Me hating the constant miscommunication tropes in the Umbrella Academy, but continues to watch it because of the sci-fi elements. I didn't know that was a big thing in that. I have not watched Umbrella Academy. I have all of the graphic novels. Was it because it was Gerard Way, the lead singer of My Chemical Romance, that I only bought them and not really wanted to necessarily know what the hype was about the story? Maybe. Do I still want to read them because it is Gerard Way? Maybe. Do I think I'll ever watch the show? Probably not. Because I'm awful about watching adaptations of shit. All right. Well, now that we've had a nice long conversation about sexuality and, you know, the issues that we have with people who try to deny our sexuality, I guess let's get another sprint in. How about it? That is what you are all here for. I don't like the way the romance community acts towards asexual people because they sexualize everything, and I understand, but they apply that to the whole community. Yes, I would agree with that. There isn't really any room, and I'm so poor about it too. I apologize for the way that, like, some of these are going to be, some of the tropes I'm going to bring up are going to probably have romantic aspects, and I apologize but they are tropes that I feel like most people are familiar with. So, but I would agree that I feel like the romance community doesn't really pander at all to asexuals because everything it's like there's almost no line between romantic love and smut, basically. Like, I feel like there's a huge distinction between having a relationship with somebody that is romantic and not sexual. And like we never see that part of it. We don't see the cutesy kind of like trust building, I think, that is involved with a lot of relationships. There's no stories that really, like, I'm not saying there's not any. I'm sure that there are some, but the stories that get pushed more in romance are the ones that involve a lot of sex, smut, erotica, whatever you want to call it. And the ones that don't really get as much attention are the ones that do focus on other aspects of relationships. Like, yes, in your stories that have smut, you can have, like, things come up that are like dark romantic aspects, right? Which I'm sure that's probably why a lot of people like the dark romance stories, because they do deal with some darker topics aside from just the smut. But like when it comes to people who are asexual, that is not something that they want to read about all the time because they don't understand it. It's not like they just don't understand the desire to have those kinds of interactions. So it would be nice to see more stories that focus on just the relationship building itself, the building of trust, the building of the friendship, the building of understanding how the person works, the love languages that are very much different from anything sexually involved. Like, if you know your person's love language, like, that is a huge deal for a lot of people. Like, that is one of the basic tenets of building a good relationship, is understanding those love languages and how that person works. Because in my mind, that actually gets you further, especially if you are looking for a sexual relationship. Because if that person feels trust and they feel like that they've built a strong foundation with somebody, even if they are asexual, they may feel more inclined for a sexual relationship if that's what they want at all. And that is up to the person, Really good one that doesn't have any smut is Win a Date with Tad Hamilton. Okay, good to know. Lots of smut, not much cuddling, and just hanging out and, say, watching a movie. Yes, like that is, like that, the cuddling aspect is like something I look for. Like, I want to see the romantic. So, okay, here's a really good example of a book that I think would be interesting to hear an asexual's perspective on, because I think that it doesn't really have as much sex as it does understanding of the relationship and like the kind of hate to love, in the sense where like there's an actual respect between the characters. And that's The Hating Game by Sally Thorne. The book doesn't really have too many sex scenes. Like, there are a couple, don't get me wrong, there's a couple of sex scenes, and they are very steamy for those of you that are fans of the sex scenes. But what I love the most about that book is the fact that it is a true hate to love relationship, where you see these two people who completely despise each other for one reason or another. But you see that over the course of time, the main character starts to understand there's some nuance involved in the love interest's life. There's some things about him that she starts to figure out about, that she then digs deeper into and understands more about him. He understands more about her. And it's more about, them building the friendship that then, in a sense, builds onto their relationship. And don't get me wrong, there are some things that I, don't think will appeal to a lot of people other than the sex scenes. But I feel like with that one, I would like to see an asexual person's perspective on reading that and telling like people what exactly it is that they feel like gets represented well in terms of the relationship itself aside from the sex. Like I'm genuinely curious. I have not personally looked for an asexual's perspective on it, so I think I might do some research on that, because The Hating Game is one of my more favorite romances, and so now I'm actually, with the thought put in my head, curious to see whether or not there's some people who are asexual that really seem to enjoy that book. But good God, I've been talking for freaking ever. I apologize. You guys get me going, and I can't stop talking. So, all right, here we go. So, let's go ahead and do our next sprint. Okay, so this one is going to be a little bit of a longer one. We got a 9 that time, which means that we're going to have a 45-minute sprint this time. So, nice, good, pretty decently long sprint without being a full hour. I know Thrifty doesn't necessarily like the longer ones, but that's okay, because we're going to hopefully get some shorter ones in there too. But for this timer, oh, it's a cute one. It's like a cute little tropical island, because goodness, I am excited for summer, because it's been super warm up here in Michigan. It's been like 40 degrees, which is warm for me during this time of year. And I've been just loving it and so excited for summer. So let's go ahead and get this going. I'm going to actually do this one. There we go. So we're going to do 45 minutes. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's the dice. The dice does what it does. But yeah, so again, if you want to keep track of where you are in your books from the beginning of the sprint to the end, feel free to leave the page number in. Otherwise, you can just reference what exactly you started with at the beginning of the live sprint session. Got some C started today, and Will. Okay, cool. Sorry, my brain just all of a sudden wanted to shut off for a second. Restart. Start some more tomorrow. Fun. All right. Okay, so we're going to do 45 minutes. Let me get my little banner going. There you go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So we're going to come back around the 50-minute mark. So good luck. Get some good reading in. Hopefully you get through a little bit more of your books. I hopefully will get through maybe another chapter or two, and we'll see where we end up from there. Let's go. Sprint's over. All right. So Mia was on page 6 of Dune and page 118 of Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Okay. Hey, Destiny. Just jumping in now, and I'm going to try and finish Full Throttle by Joe Hill tonight. Ooh, fun. Read 13 pages. Nice job, Tina. Love to see it. I did a little bit of reading, went and grabbed my drink, grabbed some wine, and I took Oscar outside for a minute. So I ended up did I? Yes. Okay. I think I started over here. And there's an Oscar. Ooh!
Can you watch this for me?
Not for me?
You can have if you want.
It's okay. I'll just have a couple pieces. Oscar, come here, Bubba. The Oscars decided to come in. I read like 20, 30 pages. I don't know. Anyway. Hi, Bubba. Okay, so JV, read 27 pages of Falling in Love montage. Nice. Have less than 10 minutes left, so I'm going to finish it, head to bed. Okay, thank you so much for joining me. I'm glad that you got to come and hang out with us for at least a little bit. Zero reading, watching Worst Roommate Ever series on Netflix. Oh my gosh, who was telling me about that? Somebody was telling me about that show literally not that long ago. Oh gosh, I don't remember. It might have been one of my friends, like my friend Megan might have been telling me about that. Were you talking to me about the show Worst Roommate? Okay, no. Opened a new bottle of wine to make dinner tonight and don't have a stopper, so I might as well drink it, you know? Hey, you know what? Why not? Just down it. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Do not do that. Destiny, don't do it. Read 22 pages of Hollow Pox and baked some gluten-free vegan cookies. Yummy! That sounds awesome. I hope you're enjoying your book. Double chocolate. Oh, yum. About to eat dinner, and I'm so excited. Enchiladas. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Love it. You guys, you're not making me hungry, but you're making me wish I was hungry. Hello. Hi. Welcome. Didn't read much because I was talking to my sister, but I got 11 pages of Diary of a Wimpy Kid done and 4 pages of Dune. All right. Hey, you got some reading done. That's good. Didn't realize you had reading sprints tonight. Yes. So I know the last time you saw me was Sunday. I'm normally here this time, Saturday nights from 8 p.m. Eastern to midnight. Last several weeks it had been where I just was really busy and did not have time. Oh, thanks, babe. The husband brought me popcorn. Yay. I have popcorn. I'm excited. So yeah, normally I end up having sprints Saturday nights, but like the last several weeks I had a bunch of stuff going on, so I never got to be able to do Saturday night sprints, and so then I would just do them on Sunday instead. I wish I had enchiladas. I had a kale salad. Ooh, that sounds yummy, though. I went out with my mom today. We went out to Chili's, and I had a steak, and we did basically their 2 for $24, something like that. The meal thing that they do, where you can get the appetizer, entree, and dessert. I had a side salad, a steak, and we had the skillet cookie, which was so good. So recommend that if you ever go to Chili's. It is the bomb. But I have popcorn. I'm so excited. Yay. About to eat just cereal. Hey, cereal is good, man. That's some good stuff. Just had some ice cream since we're talking about food. Nice. Yeah, I love ice cream. So Oscar has really loved getting the puppy ice cream that you can get at the store. So we've been basically having him eat that when we have to trim his nails, because we were told basically I've known that with dogs, when it comes to doing things like trimming their nails or doing any kind of grooming, you have to make it a bit of an enjoyable experience for them. Otherwise, they're not going to do anything. Actually, the vet we go to, when they have to do things like give them shots, or in Oscar's case, the last time he went to the vet, had to have his little package groped a little bit. He got squeezed cheese. So he is very food motivated and very food distracted. So that's been what we do to do his, when he trims his nails, we give him ice cream, and then that makes it a lot easier for him to stay put, stay in one spot, and give him the ability to enjoy the experience more, and hopefully train him so that also he doesn't get wigged out when we have to trim his nails, because my parents' dog does not let you touch her feet because of the fact that she's never been trained to properly have her nails done. When she has to get them done at the vet, they have to put a muzzle on her because she tries to bite, because she doesn't like people touching her feet. She's very, very sensitive with that. So yeah, puppy ice cream has been a win though for us with Oscar so far, but I need to eat some popcorn. I'm so happy. Like, y'all don't know. This is like, that this was so cool. I didn't think he was going to give me any, and he did. Okay. Well, since we're coming up on the top of the hour, I'm going to go ahead and start with figuring out what our next sprint's going to be. What was I going to say? Oh, I need to do the this or that. I almost forgot. I had a good one that I think that would bring up some interesting conversation. So this or that, this is going to be about fantasy, and this is another trope. Well, I guess it's more of a type of fantasy. Do you prefer the magic school trope or magic school fantasy, or the more hero's journey? Think like Lord of the Rings, The Wheel of Time, anything that basically involves characters having to go on some long-winded kind of journey for a particular reason. Which one of those do you prefer? I think for me personally, I enjoy both. I don't have a preference for either one because I think that both can be done very well. It has been done very well. If any of you don't know, I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so I love the hero's journey trope that kind of came from the Lord of the Rings series. I'm also a Harry Potter fan, so I mean, in the sense that I loved the books when I was younger, don't care about stupid author that's associated with them, but I definitely do enjoy the magic school trope. I think that in a lot of ways it has been continued and done in ways that would be very, very well received compared to HP. Keep forgetting I have chocolate chip cookies in the freezer. Oh, yummy. Yes, I know. Okay, I do love Harry Potter. It has a very special place in my heart. However, I will not ever stand for J.K. Rowling. I do not believe she has a place in my heart at all. She can go just away. Just go away completely, because I do not understand her ethics. I do not understand anything about why she did certain things in her books and stuff like that. But I do have an appreciation for the nostalgia and the love that I had for it when I was younger. And I do appreciate the movies a lot because they are very comforting. And also, it got me into reading a lot when I was a kid. So, but when I talk about Harry Potter, it is basically from pure nostalgia, pure love for the movies, not the author, because she can go die in a hole for all I care. Don't really have a preference for either. Both can be great in different ways. Yes, that's kind of where I'm at. I like both because I do enjoy different aspects about both. But there are also stories where they don't do those tropes justice. That's also a thing. Okay, so yeah, what do you prefer? If I had to pick which one I think I prefer, in the sense that I think that I'm more drawn to it than anything else, I think it would be the hero's journey, because I think that if thinking of the story itself, whoa, dice just go flying. My apologies. I think that in general, when it comes to fantasy, I really like looking at the world. The question is whether you like magic school trope when it comes to fantasy or the hero's journey. I just really like high fantasy, like the Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings, those kinds of heroes' journeys I tend to go more for because I like exploring the world and seeing how things are. Whereas with a magic school, you are usually within one area. But I do also like the magic school looking at the way that it's constructed in context of the world, if that makes sense. Don't read a lot of fantasy, but I don't think I'd like hero's journey kind of thing. And that's fair. Like, honest, and I think that for a lot of people too, the magic school trope is a lot easier because of the fact that you don't have to have that very extensive world building. The only world building you really get is within the confines of the school, which can be pretty interesting by itself, because sometimes depending on the kind of school that is involved, it could have, very interesting dynamics by itself. Love anything fantasy. High fantasy is my fave for the magic and mythology and escapism. Oh yeah, hard agree. Like seriously, that I think if anything, my favorite genre has always been fantasy. Because ever since I was a kid, like that is what I would use to escape, and it's pretty much what's made me the reader I am today. High fantasy is something though that's still a little hard for me at times. Like I love the Wheel of Time, but they're like the Song of Ice and Fire series, I get very lost sometimes with those. Separated HP from JKR because I grew up reading those books. It is nostalgia for me too. And that's kind of where my thoughts are, is I can separate the books from her. I know a lot of people can't, and that is totally fine. I totally understand why you cannot. But I also don't mention it a lot on my channel because I would like to show respect for the communities that are affected by that. So I don't really ever recommend it to a lot of people because of the issues surrounding around it. But also when I got this tattoo, it was before a lot of that stuff had come out about her. And I don't regret having the tattoo because it is actually a huge part of my life. It is something that I think really got me into reading. But I can't overlook her issues. That's the thing. And you can even say that a lot of the stuff that's involved in her books, like the representation of Jewish people, of Asian people, you could even say that those could have possibly been personal ideas. And I don't know the case of whether that is what happened or not, but I don't like it either way. I don't like that it relied on stereotypes for some of those characters. Like whether they were fictional, like monsters or not, the characteristics were a little bit too on the nose for me. So, but I can separate it. It's just, I do recognize that there are issues with the books by themselves. Even though you wouldn't necessarily think of that right off the bat, but knowing some of the way that she's done things in her life, they kind of, like, I can see where they might have been influential in the book. I'll just say that. Cocoa Pebbles, yum. Rarely read fantasy, so I don't have a preference. More than fair. We've had people that didn't have really any answer to the romance question, so we're bound to find people that don't really have a preference for either, so that's totally fine. I've done that too. I love going back into the world when rereading them. Yeah, I really do. Like, and for me too, it is a comfort. Like, I will say Hogwarts as a world is very comforting. Because I think for a lot of us, like me, who was the generation that grew up on those stories, it's a comfort because it was a place where a lot of us felt that, we were just getting into our identities. We were really not certain of where we wanted to be, but we really found ourselves wanting to be something different. And I think that for a lot of people, Hogwarts kind of gave us that ability to feel like we belonged. And I do still think that the community by itself, outside of J.K. Rowling's influence, the Harry Potter community is, in a lot of ways, I think, better off without her, because we still, in a lot of ways, we don't base ourselves on her. We base ourselves on the community we built with the books. Like, she may have written them, but we as a community have built our own story within those books with each other. And that is why I do still consider myself a Harry Potter person. But at the same time, I'm not going to mention it to people who might be affected by the things that have been done with it. But to each their own person. I just feel that I can't in good conscience recommend the series to people without being able to say, just so you're aware, this author's a piece of crap. And when I have people who want to buy me like stuff from the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, like the stuff that you would find at like grocery stores or whatever, I tell them not to get me those things. Like I had to tell my mom and my sister, do not buy me things from the Wizarding World because that money goes to her pocket. And I don't want her to profit off of anybody I care about who doesn't understand or doesn't right then know that that money goes to her and then therefore kind of influences her anti-trans rhetoric in a lot of ways. So it's something where, like, I know that a lot of people are very weird about, whether or not they can like Harry Potter. You can like Harry Potter by itself as a book series. You have the complete right to do that. I still do. I have the books. Do I show them on a regular basis? No, because I don't feel comfortable doing that, knowing the problems associated with it. And I'm also, though, not going to tell people to buy me things from the Wizarding World of Harry Potter because that money just goes right to her. And I don't want to support and have people I care about support, somebody who's very damaging to a community that deserves good treatment. Like that's just kind of how I feel. I'm going to get off my soapbox because I could go on forever. Like the hero's journey and epic if possible. Yeah. Okay, cool. Like both. Love reading the hero's journey trope. However, I love the school setting for middle grade fantasy. I think that's where I like it the most too. I think that the school setting definitely works really well for middle grade because I feel like, especially with middle grade, you're already familiar with like being in a school. And so as an adult, reading people about like being in a school doesn't necessarily jive as well. Like you definitely want to see your characters going on an actual adventure. Like we go on the adventures of being an adult. So I think I understand that idea because I think that that's where I really seem to like it the most as well. Honestly, read Harry Potter and just have fun. I don't really get into the author's problematic issues, and that's fine. Like you don't have to. You'll read the books as much as you want. Like I will still every now and then, read the books again. My sister and my mom and I will, but like I'm not going to mention it really on my channel because I don't want to give her that free publicity, if that makes sense. And I know that talking on it now kind of gives her free publicity, but you understand my point, hopefully. Feel the same way about Twilight. Oh, don't even get me started on Twilight. Oh God, I refuse to read that series for so many reasons. Like, I just completely disdain that series. Okay, let me tell you something real quick about Twilight. I remember when that book first came out, the very first book. A friend of mine read it and wanted me to read it because she thought I was going to really enjoy it. This was back when like it first came out, back in like 2006. No, I was much older than that. How old was I? I think it came out like 2006, the book. I think I was 8th grade. So I think I was probably, what year was that? Like 2010? That sounds about right. 2010. I could not get through the first sentence of that book without being, nope, goodbye. Don't even want to deal with it. I don't like the way Stephanie Meyer at all wrote that series. I watched the movies. I didn't like the movies. I hated them. I thought they were just garbage. And that's my personal opinion. Like, if you love Twilight, go for it. Love Twilight. I don't give a shit. But I also, in the same regard with Twilight, cannot in good conscience recommend it because of the damage that woman has done to the Native community that was harmed within that series. I can't in good conscience tell people to read Twilight because of that. And because of the grossness that is Jacob when Renesmee's around. Like, I can't do it. Like, what? No, thank you. Rage of Dragons is a great high fantasy series, and the audiobook is so good. It's like Black Panther meets Game of Thrones. That's Evan Winter. I have that book. I haven't read it as of yet, but I have heard it's really, really good. And I loved Amari and the Night Brothers for urban fantasy. I have heard that is like a lot of people's favorite middle grade. Have not read that either, but is definitely one that's on my list for middle grades. I also buy my books from thrift stores so the money doesn't go to them. That's the way to do it. I think if you're going to buy books from problematic authors, definitely get them used. Most of my Stephen King books are from used bookstores. I say most because I unfortunately can't find all of them from a used bookstore. But because I understand that he is problematic for a lot of people, I do tend to find his books more so used, just because I feel like that it is in my best interest to do that as opposed to putting too much money in his pocket. I try to avoid buying new copies as best as I can. But like I said, unfortunately, a lot of used bookstores, especially when since I'm doing my Stephen King reading series, they don't always have those books on hand. And so in order to be able to read them, I have to read them either on Kindle or I have to purchase them. And I probably, though, could consider start going to the library again. I haven't been to the library in a while. And I do need to actually stop purchasing books because I just bought a lot today while I was out. So I think that might be the way to go for me in the future. And if I enjoy the books enough, then I will buy the book physically, specifically to the Stephen King reading series or any series in general that involves a problematic author. Okay, y'all, I swear to God, you keep me talking like nobody's business, but that's also my fault because I just like to talk. So anyway, let's go ahead and roll for our next sprint. Okay, so this one's going to be slightly shorter. This time we rolled a 6 as opposed to a 9. So this one is going to be a 30-minute sprint. Only buy used books. I also get free book from the little free libraries too. Yep. I don't know where there is one of those in my area. I should find that out. I should find out if there's a little free libraries because I have a ton of books that I could donate to those. Well, not anymore. Most of the ones I can donate are like old writing textbooks kind of thing, like writing guides and stuff like that. But if I hadn't sold the books I did to my used bookstore back in my hometown, I would have done that, thrown them into the little free libraries. But I'm going to need to start going to the library again. I'm trying to save some money. Yeah, you and me both. Like, I need to save money just in general. Also, my husband and I have decided that we think for my birthday, we're going to go to Mackinac Island. So that's going to require some funds. So probably best for me to start saving my money, especially now. Little free libraries are my favorites. I do love them. I know that there was one back in the place where I used to live in the last house I lived in. There was one in town that I never ended up taking stuff to, but I should have and I didn't. And I would like to find one out here if I can find one. It can't be too far. It really couldn't because this is a pretty big city. Only little free library in my area is in front of a church, and I'm not really sure they'd appreciate anything I have to put in there. Yeah, probably not. Probably best not to throw them in there. I haven't been there since I was little. I want to go back at some point in my adult life. It's so good. Mackinac Island is like, it's one of my favorite places to go. I haven't been in a couple of years. My husband and I, for my birthday, oh gosh, I think it was in 2020 we went. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that we were masked at the time. We went and it was so much fun. We had such a good time and it was like perfect weather. It was super nice. I definitely want to go back again this year. And I want to make it a point too where this time we go, I don't want to set any idea of like itinerary like we did the last time. I want to just go to the island, do whatever we want as we feel necessary. Like just explore whatever seems interesting. Let's do it. But honestly, I just want to be able to go up there to relax for like a couple of days because I've been feeling like I've been overworked myself like so much recently. I need like an actual vacation because I don't think I've had an actual vacation since the last time we went to Mackinac Island, honestly. Even on our honeymoon later that year, it didn't really feel much of like a vacation just because we had so many things we were wanting to do while on our honeymoon. I have 2 off the street I live on. I just got a haul from both yesterday. Oh, that's awesome. I love unhauling and hauling through little free libraries. It's such a nice surprise when you find something you like. I also like to see what the heck people in the community are reading. You know, like that's just always like a really fun idea. I read a lot of problematic romance, so I separate fiction and reality with problematic content in Twilight, but the Twilight community recognizes what Stephanie Meyer has done wrong. And that is the most important thing. The same thing I think has happened with the HP community. because like it's like you said, we all as a community understand what she's done wrong. So we can separate, you know, the idea from the book to the author, but at the same time, personally, what I can't do is I can't separate too much. Like I can definitely separate in the sense where like I'm not going to tell people not to read it, but I'm not going to tell people like I'm not going to recommend it either. You know, like that's what like I said, if you love Twilight, if you love HP, read it all you want, you know, that's your thing. Like I'm not going to tell you not to read it, but it is not something I will recommend because of the issues I have with the author. The same thing will apply to Stephen King. If you want to read him, that's cool. I will read him because I'd like to see what the problems are, but I'm not going to tell people like to read something by him if I find it very problematic. Like I might recommend something different from him or something in a similar vein by another author that doesn't have any problematic issues. 4 around my town. The problem is how many mass market paperback romances they have. That seems to be a common thing too. It's either you have a community where there's a lot of like very like religious texts that are in there, or it's a bunch of Harlequin like mass market paperback romances. So agree. Love following the little free library map to find them. That's a thing, dude. Is that like an app you can get? Because like if so, I want that. I will download that to my phone this next sprint if that is the thing, because like I would love to know if there is one nearby. Like if that's the easiest way for me to find out that there's one nearby, like I'm gonna get that. Like tell me if it's an app. Please tell me if it's an app, Taylor. Like, come on. Okay, Mia, thank you. I will find that. I will find that on this next sprint. So we have a 30-minute sprint. This one's a fun one for you Star Wars fans. We have a Baby Yoda, or Grogu, as you know he's called in the series. But yeah, it's a Star Wars one. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, but I really appreciate it. I appreciate what it's done for the sci-fi community. And I appreciate the fact that people love it so much because again, it is a series where like it's very well beloved. There's a lot of good things about it in a lot of ways. It's not perfect, but you know, it is what it is. And I just know people love Baby Yoda, so why not? We'll do something fun. So we're going to do 30 minutes. We're going to come back around the 47-minute mark for everybody. Good luck. I'm going to enjoy my nice bowl of popcorn that I still have sitting here. And I'm going to read more of the Dragon Reborn. So after I find this app that everyone's talking about. So let's go ahead and get started. Good luck. Have fun. Go. Okay, I did find that app. You guys, I found it. And I found 2 little free libraries that are within 10 minutes of me. Yay! That's super exciting. So once I have more books to unhaul, I think I will go do that. Go take them out there instead of having to drive 40 minutes to the used bookstore that I go to. But at the same time, I like supporting that used bookstore. They're really nice people, so I don't know. Maybe I'll take my writing books there because I don't think that they're going to buy them necessarily. They don't carry really a lot of nonfiction books. They have a small collection. Maybe I should give it to them. I don't know. I'll figure out what I want to do. But I did get that app, and I found 2 libraries, little free libraries. So that's super exciting. All right, so how'd you guys do that time? I got through like a couple more chapters, I think like 2 or 3. And I really like this. I basically so far just today read a whole section involving the women that I really started to love seeing their storyline in the last book. So I just kind of finished up that whole part though. And now we're moving back to, I think, one of our main characters. We're going, it's still like the same area, but we're now moving to one of the characters that it's his perspective within that area. So got to the halfway point in City of Glass. Nice. Haven't read much this week. Yeah, I've read quite a bit. I got through a lot of books that I will show in my vlog that'll be coming out beginning of this coming week. But I didn't read really much at all yesterday because I was very tired after work yesterday. So read 24 pages. I only have 1 short story left. Just finished one of the 2 he wrote with his dad. Yeah, I know when you mentioned Joe Hill, I knew who he was. For those of you that don't know, Stephen King has a son named Joe Hill who also has a lot of thriller books that kind of verge on horror sometimes. And Stephen tends to write with him as well sometimes. On page 131 of Queenie, also gave into my Chipotle craving, ordered Uber Eats. Oh, I have not really ever had Chipotle, but it sounds really good. I've had wait, no, I think I have. I think I have had Chipotle. I think I may have had it once and it was really good. Time is a weird thing. I've been working like a crazy person. Oh, me too. I've been just crazy busy with work. I've been able to read still on my breaks and stuff, but this week about really tested me. I had to go in this week for a drug test, which thankfully I was able to technically be paid to go to because my company basically has me transferring under a new contracting agency that is more of a home-based agency where most of the people that work for the company I work for are through them. But when that transition happens, you usually have to basically go through as almost you're a new hire entirely. So that includes doing the background check, security clearance, drug test, all that stuff. So I had to go do that this week, and I was not a fan. I hated having to drive through the town I had to drive through, and I hope I never have to drive through there ever again. I think I read about 20-ish pages. All right, nice job. Pushing through my Diary of a Wimpy Kid books so I can give them to a little bit. My mom used to babysit, and I'm realizing how little plot they have. Yeah, but I think that that's still fun. They might not have much substance anymore, when you're an adult, but I don't know. They're still fun. I would still like to, go back and read them, eventually. I mean, you can really say the same for any of the Michigan American Chillers, the Goosebumps series, Animorphs, most of those, they might have had some kind of plots, but they're not nearly as good in a lot of ways as when you're an adult. Now I'm just thinking of the vlog that Gavin from How to Train Your Gavin did of the Goosebumps series, and not Goosebumps, the Animorphs. That was an interesting experience watching that whole video of him reading all of the Animorphs books. It was a 4-hour video, and that was very fun to watch the entire time. Don't know if any of you guys have seen it. If you haven't, highly suggest it if you are fans of the Animorphs, because he literally reads every single book from the Animorphs series. And surprisingly, quite a few of them kind of stand up, which I'm surprised by because I didn't think that they would. Had to do a drug test and stuff like that at my current job. I didn't like it very much, and I was able to get caught up on some vaccines. Well, that's good that you were able to get caught up on your vaccines, and that's always nice to know. Yeah. This is like the second transition I've had to do in like a year. Actually, almost a year ago this time, I had to transition to a different agency that I'm currently under, that I'm transitioning out of. So it's interesting how like this time last year I was transitioning already and now I'm doing it again, and it's just weird. But hopefully this will be the last one we have to do. I don't know. It's fine. It's not like a big deal. It's just kind of, I had to like schedule basically getting the car for my husband. Like it was just not fun to have to go do. Read 20 pages of Falling in Love montage. Gonna watch a movie with my family now. Oh, have fun. I'm glad you could join in. Thank you so much for coming to the sprints. I hope to see you next week. I'm gonna try to do the same time every time, so hopefully you can join in. But yeah, have fun watching your movie. Bye. Yeah, so for everybody else, we still have a little bit more than an hour left of sprints. So let's see, what's the next this or that we can do? Let's see, another trope we can do a this or that on. Trying to think. Ooh, okay. I've got one. Now, this doesn't have to extend to just mystery thrillers, but this could basically be involving any kind of story that has some kind of mystery surrounding around it. So when it comes to plot twists, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the plot twist to have somebody that was involved in the story, that like is a more tangible character, like somebody that you saw over the course of the story be involved with it? Or do you prefer for there to be a character involved in the plot twist that we don't really ever see, but maybe we know about? Like, think of, like, for instance, in a fantasy, you know, if you have a plot twist involved in a fantasy where the person that's involved with it isn't actually, like, alive, like they're part of the history, but the plot twist involves things about the history, if that makes sense. So what kind of plot twist do you prefer? People that are involved in the story actively, that are involved in the plot twist, whether like they're revealed to be a killer of some kind or that they're behind things that are going on? Or do you prefer a plot twist where the character's not really there, but we know who they are, we know what they're about in some way? Surprised they have to have you do all the onboarding items again with your new position. Yeah, technically, because the reason that I have to is because technically I'm working under a new company. I'm still overall working for the same people. It's just I'm being paid from a different company, that like, because I'm a contracted employee, but my position isn't like a temp. It's more of an established role, but I'm technically under a brand new company. I'm represented by a brand new company. So they have to go through the whole onboarding process as if I was a new, completely fresh hire, if that makes sense. For the ability to be a character we know about, okay. Like a main character to be involved, especially if we never see it coming, okay. Rather than be involved. Rather have the person be involved from the beginning. It just makes it easier to understand when it comes to the plot twist. Yep, that makes total sense. Yeah, I think that for me, I would definitely go along the same route. I prefer when people are involved in the story, like say it's like, okay, a mystery thriller, the best friend's the one that set the person up, you know, whatever the case may be. I was watching true crime stuff earlier, so like that's kind of why this popped into my head. Yeah, I think I would agree, because I feel like personally it does make a lot more sense for us to, you know, it's kind of one of those things where like you build a trust with that person that's supposed to be like involved in it. Ooh, I can't say what book I want to talk about because it will spoil so much of that story. But I just recently read a book that actually has this trope, and that makes sense why I'm thinking about it, because I just read it not too long ago. But having people involved in the actual like bad things happening as a plot twist and finding out that somebody you trusted was involved with it, like I feel like that is so much more of a betrayal, and it gives the author so much more like good ratings for me, because if especially I don't see it coming, if I believe that this person has to be a good person inside and out, and then I'm ultimately betrayed by that person, I feel personally offended, but I also love that author for doing that to me. You know what I mean? So I definitely prefer that. However, I do also like in fantasy where if there is a character who isn't really a part of the world anymore, like they're dead, or they're a character that we like don't really see over the course of time, but we know that they have something to possibly do. Like if something's basically revealed about them that answers the questions we've been looking for, I do like that. But I think it specifically has to be within fantasy, because I feel like anything else that's more rooted in real life, more rooted in contemporary culture, has to feel like it is grounded, and that would be with the people that you're involved with. I love psychological thrillers where I don't know who to trust. Yes, that's exactly it. Mystery, psychological thrillers, when I know people and they end up being the bad guy, I love that so much more than it being somebody completely random. But like I said, with fantasy, if it involves somebody that's kind of like in the world or in the history, and something is revealed that ultimately changes the face of things, but it makes sense and answers questions, I do like that too. But I think that, like I said, it's very much reserved for fantasy. I want to know the character somewhat, someone you would know of. Yeah. I think that for a lot of people, it kind of comes to like what I said, where it's like a level of trust you build, and then when that's ripped away from you, you're like, excuse me? What? I thought I could trust you. I thought we had something, you know, like you feel personally offended that you trusted that character so much. Currently watching Murder, She Wrote. A few times the killer was a person that said 2 words, and we saw it in one scene, and I need more than that. Okay, that's fair. So what's interesting about this in terms of TV shows? Okay, so I don't know how many people notice this, but one of the things I really noticed very early on when watching like crime shows when I was a kid, so like NCIS, Numbers, what else was there? When I got older, watching Law and Order SVU, you know, those kinds of crime shows, it became very easy for me to know who the bad guy probably was, because it was always the first person that they interviewed after the initial looking at the crime scene. Every single time, I feel like, in those shows, it was the people who knew the person and like that we had spent about a long time with, or had really kind of got to know at the beginning of the case. They were always the ones that ended up being the bad guys. I don't know if anybody else noticed that in those crime shows, but I feel like that happened every single episode. I love a good whodunit with a twist and then there were none. Yes, that has got to be one of my favorite Agatha Christie stories, because I just loved the complete mystery around all. That is one where I really feel like that trope comes into such good play, because you literally watch this whole story play out and you don't know who could be the killer, but you build a trust with every single one of those people. And then when people die, you get upset because you're like, oh my gosh, I really like that character. I hope that they wouldn't die, but they did, and it sucks. And then when you find out who's the one behind it all, you're like, that is what I love. I love the mind-blowingness that is the trope of having the character that's behind the mystery being somebody we know, being somebody that we spend a lot of time with. I had no idea who it was all through the whole thing, but it made so much sense when it was explained. Exactly. That is what I love. That's what I love about that trope, and why I think it works the best, is because we spend so much time with somebody, and even if it's revealed that they're the bad guy, when everything's explained, it makes sense. like looking back on things, but you're still kind of hurt, you know? Like you're still kind of like, I put effort into liking you. Like, ow. I'm a true crime junkie, and I feel like I'm rarely able to figure out the villain in fictional crime shows. See, and that's the thing. This is the weird thing with me. I'm the opposite. I love, like, I'm a true crime junkie too. I love stuff with true crime, and I love, like, cop shows. But I can never figure out what is really, like, going on in a true crime scenario. And I feel like I can always figure out what the hell's going on in a fictional crime show. I don't know what it is. Like, I get so invested in the details of the true crime stuff that I, like, it's almost as if, like, I get tunnel vision and I can't actually suss out what is really happening and who might actually be behind it. Like, I'm going to say the whole Brian Laundrie thing with Gabby Petito. Is that what her name was? Gabby Petito? I don't know what to believe with that. I don't know. I don't understand how any of that could have happened. And I feel, because obviously it's still an ongoing case. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But like immediately I could not figure out whether or not he actually could have done something because I didn't know. I have no idea. Like I can't ever put the pieces together in an actual case. But when it comes to a fictional crime show, I could tell you basically who did it and why. For some reason, Murder, She Wrote is confusing for me because I like watching shows and putting them on in the background while I'm cooking or organizing my bookshelves. Yeah, because like you're not fully paying attention to it, so you kind of get lost. I get that. All right, well, I think this may be our last sprint. I'm not sure. I think you're supposed to focus on that show, especially faces, because I'll know someone's face and it'll show them doing something later, and you're supposed to remember what they look like. Yeah, that's definitely like a show you would have to like really pay attention to because like I feel like the same as with any crime show like at all. Like you have to know who people are to keep track of them. Like unless you've seen the show like millions of times, you know, like if you're on your 15th run of Criminal Minds, for instance, like my sister would be, you know, like you can put that stuff on the background because you already know what's going on. But when you're into something like brand spanking new, you know, like it's a brand new season, you have to pay attention. That's unfortunately just the case, I think, with any crime show in general. Okay, so I don't know if this will be our last sprint for the night, but it is getting to our last hour here. So let's go ahead and do our next roll. Okay, so, ooh, Thrifty, you're going to be real happy with this one. It's a 4. So we're going to do a nice quick 20-minute sprint, which means we'll have at least 2 sprints going in for this last hour. So I am, though, going to find a different 20-minute timer. Oh, boy. First one that pops up is Minions. I know some people don't like the Minions, but I adore them. They are very much like another comfort because my mother loves the Minions. Despicable Me was like one of our favorite movies when I was young, a little younger, not much younger than I am now, but thankfully it's also muted, so y'all don't have to hear them in their gobbledygook, whatever the language that it is that they have. But it's just a nice picture of the Minions. So, alrighty. Well, 20 minutes of reading. And then we'll do our last one. See, I knew you would like that. My girl Thrifty likes her 20-minute sprints. I enjoy them too. They're actually kind of nice because they're not too long. They're pretty, they're pretty good, but they're not super short either. So, all right, guys, we're going to come back around the 27-minute mark and hopefully get one more sprint in before the end of the night. So, good luck, have fun, get your reading done, and I will see you all in 20 minutes. Go. How'd you do? We are closing in on the end of sprints for this week. Honestly, this time sprints feel like they went through really, really quick. I don't know if that's anybody else today, but I feel like it's just gone like that. But yeah, so now I have to think of our final this or that for the sprints. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, I had it and now it's gone, of course. Okay. On page 149 of Queenie. Nice. Glad to hear it. Let's see. Need another this or that for tropes. So what are some other tropes I like? Ooh. Dark or light. I'm not quite sure. Like, what kind of dark or light are we talking about exactly? Because I'm thinking of like tropes of like, are you talking like dark colors versus light colors? Because if that's the case, we could do that when it comes to covers of books. Personally, you know what? Let's do that. Thank you, Tina, for that. Let's do dark colors on covers versus light colors on covers. I think that's a really good idea. Personally, I think it depends on the genre for me. I think when it comes to contemporary and like romance, I prefer the light cartoony covers. But for mystery, thriller, fantasy, and sci-fi, I would definitely go with dark. And I think that's mostly a marketing tactic that has been used for a long time because a lot of times the material is darker, so they put out a cover that has darker colors because it's supposed to kind of emulate the feeling of the book. But what I was fine, I was referencing theme. Oh, that's another good idea too, though. Go toward darker colors, dark color covers definitely. Yeah, I think for me, if like I said, it depends on the genre. But because I am a fantasy reader, I do tend to go for the dark covers. But if I'm looking specifically for a romance or contemporary, I do like the lighter colors. And again, I think it's just because it's a marketing tactic that I recognize that I think works. I think that it definitely, because there's a whole thing with color theory and how people perceive color and how there's color theory in terms of emotional impact that colors have on people. Like, what do people associate emotions with in terms of a color? That's like literally an entire thing you can get into with art and advertising and marketing that is like very psychological based. There's tons of research on it if you're interested in looking into it. It's very fascinating, like for somebody that's a bit of a nerd like me. But yeah, I tend to go for more dark covers just because, like I said, I'm a fantasy reader. Those are what draw my attention more for that genre. So, all right. Well, I guess quickly though too, I will talk about what to expect on my channel if you guys are interested. If you're interested in the videos that I put out as opposed to just the sprints. But this week I should have, I think 4 videos go out. I have my vlog for this week that should be finishing up tomorrow that I'll put out early in the week. And then I have 3 reviews that'll be coming out. I have one for Black House by Stephen King and Peter Straub. I have one for The Great Hunt by Robert Jordan and one for Renegades by Marissa Meyer. So I should have more videos coming out also next week because I'll be finishing the Dragon Reborn hopefully by Monday. So there should be a video for this out next week. And then I think my vlog for next week and my vlog for next week should be out the following week. And I think that might be it. In terms of videos for at least until the wrap up and TBR stuff. Based on my shelves, I seem to go to light colors for self-help. Everything else seems to be dark covers. That makes sense. I think that like with contemporary or nonfiction, unless it's about a historical event kind of thing, nonfiction books tend to do pretty well with the light colors. Honestly, I feel like it's because I own a lot of darker covers, and when I get a light book, it looks odd. That's fair. Keeping with a theme, that makes sense too. I totally get that. Like, I love seeing people do like rainbow shelves, but I could never organize my books like that. For one, because my bookshelves don't allow that. I have like basically cube bookshelves that like you would use like in your for more decorative stuff. But like I have books that basically are like 2 rows worth for 1 cube. Color would not do, a rainbow shelf does not do well with those. Like if I had the Billy bookcases, if I had the space for Billy bookcases, maybe I would do rainbow. But even then, I can't not have things alphabetical. Like I can't not have my books set up like a library has it. It makes my head hurt to think of me having my books in any other way. Like if somebody else wants it differently, like that's them. I don't care so much about that. But if my books are not alphabetical by author, by title, by series, that makes my head spin. I'm just a little bit on the nutsy side when it comes to that, I guess. Oh well, that's me. All right. So pretty quick question, but I do want us to get one final sprint in here. Yours is organized by color, and that's cool. I would love to see your bookshelves. You know, I could not do that with mine. Mine are very particular. I have a very particular way of how I do things with my shelves. I can't do anything other than what I've done. I have in the past done it where I had it organized by genre and then by title, or I had it at one point for like 6 months, I think, where it was genre, then author, title, series kind of thing. All your books are in storage. I feel that so bad. I had to have that for like 6 months between living in rentals. It hurts so much to have my books in storage. I can't. And then like I would keep buying more and I'd have to throw them in the storage unit to wait until I could actually unpackage everything. Oh, I hated that so much. It was like having my kids locked up or something like that. Genuinely, it's how it felt. Normally organized by series. Okay, that's cool. I like that. But yeah, like you can even see like a video that I did like back in end of 2018, I think, going into 2019, where I had tried it where for about, it might not have been 6 months, because I think that was right before I moved into my apartment with my husband, who I was only still dating at the time. They were organized by genre, and then it was author, last name, title of series, title, like, you know, series order, and then the title of the series, though, was what kind of like, yeah. Anyway, I couldn't do it other than that, even if I organized by genre. And after a few months, I started getting so many more books that I couldn't do that anymore. I was losing space. And then it just became, I can't have my books any other way. Like I have to have them where it's author, last name, because that's the only way I feel like I actually know where everything is. Because like at the moment, I can tell you based on how many books I have physically, what authors are where. I could pinpoint to you almost exactly where those books will be, because they are organized by author. So that's just me. But all right, final sprint. Thrifty, you must be coming through my dice today, girl. We just rolled another 4. Look at you coming through with the 20-minute sprints, man. I don't know if it's really you, but if you're sending any good juju my way for that, then thank you. Ooh, I see a Baby Groot 20-minute timer. I have to do it. I was talking about Baby Groot earlier today with my mom, And I just adore him. He's my favorite thing ever in the Marvel series. Like, he's just great. Okay, there we go. Yay! You somehow come through the dice. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But we'll get started here in a couple of minutes. We'll start at the 40-minute mark so that we can get all the way up to midnight and end it there. I know, Groot's my favorite. He's so cool. Like, I mean, even though he only has one particular line, it's just baby Groot is so cute in the second Guardians of the Galaxy. Like, you can't get any better than baby Groot, especially the opening sequence of Guardians of the Galaxy 2 where he's dancing to Mr. Blue Sky. I no longer can hear that song or think about that song without thinking about Groot dancing. Like, and then the part where Gamora's like, Groot, get out, you're gonna get hurt. And then he kind of waves at her and she's like, hi. That's like my favorite thing. Oh, I did love Teenage Groot too. Teenage Groot was really, really fun. Oh, but that reminds me of Infinity War and Endgame, and I don't want to ever think about those movies ever again. Those movies hurt my heart. How many books do I own? I'm going to plead the fifth on that one. Okay, no. So between all of my physical books, ebooks, and audiobooks, I think I'm closing in on like 1,300. I have a problem. His teenage attitude is on point for sure. Like, I loved at the end of oh gosh, what was the one where it was at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I think. Like the like little sequence thing that they show at the end. They show where his room's like an entire mess and he's playing his game and Peter's like, well, now I know how Yondu felt. Like, that was like the best thing ever. Plead the fifth. Yeah. Yeah, it's I think it's closing in on 1,300 total. But again, that is between all of my physical books, my ebooks that are on my Kindle, and my audiobooks. But I will say that I'm pretty certain that my physical books I have the most of. I'm pretty sure that when I looked at the stats for that, my physical books were the most, but ebooks we're getting like pretty close to about, even with them. I have 102 audiobooks alone, and I'm not sure how many physical or ebooks that I have. Yeah, like, it's hard to keep track sometimes. 356 physical, 700 total. Nice. Okay, so about a little more than half of yours are physical. That's pretty good. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know that it's more than half of mine are physical, but ebooks are slowly getting to the point where they're getting closer to evening out with my physical books. Never counted them. I have no idea. If you've got as many as I have, it's a process. Like, I have a whole library spreadsheet that I had built that I have to update still, from the last couple of months. But yeah, that was a lot of time and effort. And I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I have it, because now it makes it easier for when I go to buy books, what exactly I have and what I don't have. But it took a long, long time for me to make that. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. Well, we're at 41, so we're going to go a little over midnight, but that's okay. I only have one audiobook and the rest are physical. Hey, it works. Works for me. Do you count books that you have more than one of? Yes, I do. So that's a good point. Because, for instance, I have a physical copy of one book and an audiobook of it as well, because the audiobook I really wanted because it was narrated by a voice actor that I really love. So it does count the multiple copies I have. But still, even without the multiple versions, I would still probably be around 1,300, I'm pretty sure. Because I don't have many multiple copies, but I have some. And they're for very specific reasons, I know on buying sprints of ebooks, I'm buying 30 free ebooks in a day. Yeah. part of the reason why I don't have Kindle Unlimited, truthfully. Like, I have a hard enough problem as it is not buying the 99-cent and $1.99 Kindle books that go on sale almost every day. If I had Kindle Unlimited, I would be screwed. I would be really screwed. I would not be okay. I feel like I'm not okay with what I have now because, like, I have so many. All right, but we're going to get down to that last sprint, guys, for the night. Thank you all so much for joining me, by the way. I hope you guys had fun. I'm going to try to think of other things to do over the course of these sprints, like in between the actual sprints. But if you guys have suggestions, please feel free to send them my way. I would greatly appreciate it. Like whatever, like games or things that you think would be really fun to talk about, stuff like that. So anyway, we're going to get done with this last sprint here. Like I said, we got a baby Groot here who's messing. Like, this is from the Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I think. So listen to all of us book addicts. I know. I mean, if you watch Princess, like at Castle Library, they've talked about, too, like a lot of the books. Like, I'm fairly certain she has, if not the same amount as I do, like probably a little bit more. She gets, like, but she also buys multiple copies of the same book, like, all the time. Book tags are always fun. Okay, I think I might look into some book tags because I know there's been a couple that have been floating around on BookTube recently. So I might do some of that and we'll maybe answer some questions of those next time. So, all right, peeps, let's go ahead and get started on our last sprint. Have fun, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining me again. And I'll talk to you guys when we're done with this sprint. Go. Sprint's over. Destiny finished the book. The last story has hurt them in tears. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope it's, well, knowing that it's Stephen King and Joe Hill, probably not good tears. But I hope they're cathartic, maybe nonetheless. I don't know. No reading that sprint. Watch Worst Roommate Ever on Netflix. Fun. Very fun. Okay, guys, my eyes are getting tired. Ooh, they're getting kind of spotty. So that's going to be it for me today. I ended up getting through a good chunk of this, actually. I got over, not over 100 pages, but I did get, let me see. Oh, actually, nope, not quite. I was on 130. I ended up on page 226. So almost 100 pages today. So you're welcome, guys. I always love doing these sprints. So for those of you that don't know my schedule, I am making it a point where every Saturday from 8 p.m. Eastern to midnight for 4 hours, we do sprints and check in with each other and just kind of hang out and chat. So I am trying to make sure that this is consistently on Saturdays. You're welcome. Thank you for joining me, guys. I love you all so much. You guys are awesome. And I can't wait to keep doing like more of these. I think, like I said, I got it to where I can start making them consistently on Saturday nights. But I will be hanging out with my friend Princess on her sprints. I do every Sunday. I just kind of hang out and chat. So if you guys would like to go check her out, please make sure that you guys do. She is super awesome as well. And I will, I guess, see you guys next week. Remember, 8 p.m. Eastern to midnight. I don't know. I love doing these. I love hanging out with you guys. And I will be looking at some book tags for possibly the next sprint to do questions for everybody, see what we can do with that. So thank you for the suggestion, Mia. I really like that a lot. And I think that that's going to be really fun for next time. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to head out and go to bed. I love you all so much. And I will talk to all you guys next week. Bye.